2 of kicking on a viewer submitted plugin. For what we see if I got yesterday. A plugin called VoidMonster. Now, VoidMonster is based off the idea that if you lose items to the void, basically you'll have a way to recover it, but with a little bit of effort because there's going to be a boss fight involved. So, day 1, we got all of the setup done as far as the files and the general scaffolding, if you will. And then day 2, yesterday, was us working on making sure those fundamental core parts of the plugin were working. So that mainly meant item detection when things got thrown into the void and boss summoning. Now, we went down a huge rabbit hole with item detection, tried 2 different methods that unfortunately did not work, but we're in a really good place today because now we can actually see that we've got a pretty good game plan for what method will work. So a little bit annoying that we had to struggle so much, but we got there. So anyway, let's go ahead and kick off the stream today. We're going to get right into it, immediately start working on this idea of changing things up a little bit. Essentially, what we found out, originally, to give a little context, we thought that when you throw items into the void, it was like a despawn. So when you die and you have to wait 5 minutes and your items end up despawning, we thought the void did the same thing, but just immediately it hits a certain Y value and then items go poof. Well, we learned that that's not how the game handles items being thrown into the void, so I said, okay, maybe I fundamentally misunderstand how this interaction goes. And so I then went down this rabbit hole of, well, maybe it's treating it like a kill command where it's damaging the item, but like with a ton of damage, and so it dies instantly. And we went down that rabbit hole and learned that that is also not the way, which was frustrating, but we basically figured out that the way this all has to go down is really fascinating. The game doesn't actually do either of those. Somehow it just deletes them, and there's no event that we can tie into or check that we can make to then kind of hijack to use for our own purposes. So what we found out is when there's a player dying to the void or an entity dying to the void, like mobs for example, we can't detect those because those do get damaged. You fall into the void, you start taking damage, and eventually you die. So for those 2 situations, we're doing okay. We can use normal methods. However, for everything else, we have to basically do a scan, and we're going to do a scheduled scan, so it runs every like half a second, constantly checking for items, projectiles, prime TNT, falling blocks, whatever. And originally I was worried because I was like, man, is that going to take a performance hit? We're every single half a second checking for if anything falls into the void. It can probably be pretty bad for performance. That was my initial thought. And then, just to give a little background, we are heavily utilizing ChatGPT to keep track of our thoughts, bounce ideas to, kind of like a collaborator in trying to make this plugin go from concept to reality. So, what we figured out is that it's actually not that bad of a performance hit. Essentially, we're only checking very specific worlds that are set in the config files. We are only checking between certain Y or below a certain Y threshold, so it's ignoring everything above, Y, whatever. And then we are only applying it to specific things. We're not including people. We're not including mobs. It's essentially all the little dropped items, projectiles, anything, like I mentioned. So it actually is very negligible on any sort of performance hit. So in that sense, I felt comfortable moving forward with this idea that we'll implement some sort of scan, check for any items that fall below a certain Y value in specified worlds. So that is what we're going to build out today. If we can get past that, and we'll jump those like stretch goal features of minions and zombies and all kinds of little flavor that was suggested by High Hopes. So High Hopes is the person that thought about this, and we are going to go ahead and try to turn this into reality. So if you guys have any suggestions anytime whatsoever, feel free to go ahead and enter them into the chat. You can use the command !suggestion. It'll give you the link directly to that page that I'm showing here to submit your own ideas. I would be happy to see what you guys can come up with. Feel free to be as creative, as crazy as you want, and if it seems like a good thing to build on stream, who knows? We might pick your idea, and if we do, I'll give you a little shout out. If you'd like to get credited, not only will I mention you on the streams, but if you provide your Discord, I will actually be able to give you it's !suggest, I believe. I'll try that, or the command. Also, yesterday I was getting some feedback that there was a little bit of, and look at that, it also is going to periodically pop up for you. I haven't done a little bot. So, yesterday I was hearing that we were getting quite a bit of a stream delay. I tried to go in and fix that today. Are you guys noticing any significant delay? I am streaming to Twitch and YouTube and Discord all at the same time, so maybe there's just inherent delay because I'm doing multiple. The music is too loud. Thank you for letting me know. I will turn that down. See if I can make this up a little bit. Is that better? You don't see the link in your chat. Okay, let me see if I can do it. That's probably so much better. I bet that's it. Let's do this. Okay, there's that. There's that. Okay. Smash Portal, I am going to say for today that I'm not going to have people chatting in the Discord. Maybe in future streams, I will have people join me with chat. So for the sake of this stream, if you just want to keep yourself muted, I can just interact with you in chat. And thank you about the note for the music. I'm still kind of tweaking things, trying to get things just right. So, yeah, okay. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead and try to switch. Okay, so that one's my voice. This one is my own internal music. Me hearing that. Okay. There we go. I think we're all set. Housekeeping out of the way. Let's get back into it. Any significant delay today, guys? Just wanted to get that out of the way as our final little piece of housekeeping, if you're noticing any major delay. So, if we can, someone wants to kind of pipe in and be willing to be my little tester, I'll go ahead and say like 3, 2, 1 now, and then if you can kind of count how many seconds between when I say now and you actually are hearing it, then I'll get a little sense of an idea. Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. It seems like there's actually a little bit of a delay, unless people aren't responding in chat. Hopefully it's not too bad. I'll do my best to keep an eye on chat, respond as quickly as I see those little notifications. I hear that little sound in my ears. So, okay, moving on. Let's get back to, that was good. Maybe Oh, I don't know, because the count was good. Oh, wow. Okay. If it was immediate, that's great. I'm happy with that. Okay. Let's go ahead and try to implement this scan. This is really the core function of the plugin that we really need to get working, detect those items, and then we can do something with them. So, alrighty. Then at the end, so what are we gonna do? Every half a second, we'll follow some certain rules, and then pick up what those items were, keep track of all their metadata, things like who threw them in and whatnot, so that when we then have the monster spit them back out again, it appears as if they're exactly the same ones that went in. So, all right, here we go. Let's do this. So we're gonna split the tracking into multiple different parts. So, all right, first up, item void listener. So let me go ahead and close down the game since we're not going to be quite testing just yet. We're going to be here in our files, and we're going to go to where our item void listener is. Now, this is something I talked about in the first stream. There's some specifics that you must get right when you're setting up your structure, but there are other things that are a little up to your own personal creativity and style of code. I want to try to make this an educational kind of experience as much as it is for fun, and we're building some cool ideas. So I'm going to try to teach as best as I know them, some best practices. So what you're always going to have is a folder that is, however you want to label it, the main root folder that everything else is going to be in. When you first get started, you're only going to see an SRC folder. That stands for source, and all these little extra files get added later. But target's not going to be there until you actually go to do the first compile. Hey, Deaky. Glad to have you join the stream. Glad you could catch it. So, for source, inside source, you'll always have main, and these are specifically spelled exactly like this. And then inside main, you're going to have basically two branches. You're going to have Java, you're going to have resources. Now, inside resources, it's going to be a config and a plugin and potentially some other stuff, but those are your two main ones. And then inside Java, then you start delving into the actual files that make the plugin run. So in my case, I just have it set up as dev. If you were using GitHub, this folder would probably be called GitHub. But those are kind of the two different versions. I think there's technically a third, but there are a couple different options for this specific folder name. Inside that will be the name of the developer, generally the lead developer. So this one's going to be me. And then inside that is going to be the name of the plugin, repeated once again. And now here's where things get interesting. If you were so inclined, I wouldn't recommend it, but you could technically only have one master file in here. In my case, it's VoidMonster.java. If you are wanting to do what I do, where I basically split it up so that you have these different categories, I personally would recommend it. It's going to make it easier for expandability. It's going to make it easier to dial into specific functions of the plugin. And that way, when you need to make changes, you're not hunting through a massive 5,000 line bit of code. You're only having to look at one file at a time. So that's what I always recommend, splitting up your plugin files into their little categories. In my case, we've got commands, we've got data. So that's essentially when we're storing bits of information so that if the server restarts or gets reset or so on and so forth, that we are keeping track of all that. Hey, Anita, thanks for hopping on. Thanks for joining us. Glad to see you. Then we also have listeners, so that's us, as the analogy goes, waiting and listening and checking to see if anything's happening, and then doing stuff when we recognize we've heard a sound, or in the case of the plugin, when a certain thing gets triggered, then we take this action. And then we have some utilities. These are things like tab completion. So when you've ever typed in a command and it auto suggests the command to you, that's tab completion. we're keeping track of like debugging, and then being able to change fonts and colors. That's our text. Understanding the location of the player, some stuff with entities. So these are like little helper stuff that isn't core functionality, but is still very useful to have. And then last but not least, we have managers. And these are specifically having to deal with summoning the boss, summoning the minions, stats, config, items. So these are pretty heavy. These do a lot. The listeners and the managers are probably the biggest ones. And then somewhat commands, but not really. And then yeah, data, once you kind of set it once, there's not a whole lot you have to do with it unless you want to start tracking more things and add more to it. So for our purposes, we have item void listener that we need to take care of today. So we're going to be in and out of a lot of different files, and we're going to be making quite a bit of changes. So I'm going to make this a little bit smaller. I'll make this a little smaller, and then now you'll be able to see the code itself just that much better. So, alrighty. Here we have our listener, and basically this is checking for any items removed by the void. It's going to filter out any blacklisted items. So for example, if anyone's ever thrown thousands and thousands and thousands of ender pearls into the void, we probably don't want the boss spitting out all 10,000 ender pearls. So we could just say no ender pearls at all, and then, that's not going to be a reward for killing the boss. If we want to not go that extreme and we just want to have a certain cap, we also have that functionality. So it's like, okay, 300 ender pearls is the absolute max that will ever happen. Everything else just gets destroyed. We're only going to remember the first 300. Okay, we're also going to keep track of who threw something into the void, because there's another little fun thing. We'll have it so that when you kill the boss and these items spill on the ground and you pick up those items, it'll say like ArZor's sword or whatever. So you know who was the poor fellow that lost their items to the void and now you have them instead. So just this little extra fun bit. We also keep track of that. So, all right. What are we going to do to modify this? We're going to create a scheduled repeating task. We're only going to scan loaded chunks. We're only going to filter it to item entities. And we're only going to process items below a white threshold. And we're also going to include some debug messages so that we can actually see the plugin working. So especially when you're in development, having these debug little bits built in really help when you go to test to know that the plugin is doing the expected behavior. So I've also built into the plugin already a live feature where you can turn on and off debug, so that anytime I add any more debug options, that I can easily, with the command in-game, choose back. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that, folks. My headset just randomly decided to disconnect. Sorry. Okay. As I was saying, with the debug messages, I have it built in so that you can easily turn on and off that feature from in-game. So if you don't want to get spammed by the plugin telling you exactly what it's doing every step of the way, then you can easily just turn that off in-game. So, all right. We're going to just basically look at our code, scan some and purposes them as valid loot if not already handled. So we're going to be making some changes here, changing up our header to be more accurate since we're not quite doing what we did before. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of recap on these streams, kind of walk you through the different, I'm going to walk you through basically one file and what the structure of that file typically looks like. And then for future files, we're just going to kind of breeze through it and assume they generally all follow the same structure. So the very first line in pretty much any file you're going to have with some exceptions, there's always going to be this line called package. Now, what package is doing is basically telling the file that we're manipulating currently where it lives in relationship to the rest of the files. So if we look at the file path up here, we see that inside Java, our file structure is the subfolder of dev, which has a subfolder of ArZor, which has a subfolder of VoidMonster, which has a subfolder of listener. And so if we look at this package, we're going to see that same thing listed out: dev, ArZor, VoidMonster, and listeners. So we're telling item void listener, you belong in this file path. Next, we're doing what are called imports. And imports are essentially pulling in all the little different puzzle pieces that you're going to need to then manipulate to build out that file. So we're tying back into our config manager. So not only can you import stuff from your own plugin, but then you're also importing stuff from different AIs, if you will. Or sorry, not AIs. What's the right word? APIs. There we go. APIs. So we're pulling in stuff from Bucket. We're pulling in like world we're in. We're handling item entities, certain events, item stats, something about, the UUID of the player. So all those things. Now we're actually going to be changing this out a little bit because we have some different imports. We want to make sure we're following. So we actually are going to kind of just copy and paste all of this and change it out. So then we have next line, and this is called a singleton instance. I learned that the other day. And from what I understand, a singleton instance, as I kind of had it explained to me, is almost like a lock. And we want to make sure that only our what are called methods have the appropriate lock, so that not everything is just running all at once and it's chaos. This kind of keeps the plugin in check and makes sure it's only doing the things we want it to do when we want them to do it. Okay, next, we're gonna track already processed item UIDs to avoid double processing. So I also try to teach that we want to add some really good comments to our plugins, and this may not only ourselves, but future people that might potentially be looking at the code or wanting to tweak it are able to make sense of what all the different lines mean. So instead of detecting items removed by the void, which is no longer true, we are going to be scheduling a repeated task. Okay, so there's a lot that basically we're just replacing, because our previous attempts to understand how the plugin would work on a fundamental level were wrong. So we're just going to completely redo this. So first, we're only checking valid worlds based off of our config manager. So we're going to grab the names that we specified in the config. Then we're going to do a void y threshold, which is also specified in the config. So anytime we're calling out to config manager, that is saying, go grab this value that the server owner decided on, essentially. Then for any entities, specifically item entities, we're going to check if it's dead, if it's at a certain location, item stack, so on and so forth. Then we're going to mark it as processed to avoid rehandling it. We have a little debug line that says item below void y, and then value, what the item is, and how much of it had. So this is kind of be our method to understand, yes, the plugin is doing it. Then we're going to store that item in the manager, so that way what we can do is then recall that and know that we've got these items basically stored in memory to then have the boss spit them out when he dies. Then we're going to remove them from the world, and we'll make sure that we're running this every 10 ticks or half a second. So we want to make sure, though, that even though we built out this functionality, that we're actually telling the plugin that this functionality exists and it can actually utilize it. So what do? We go back to our main file here, our voidmonster.java, and we have to, what's basically means like register these things. So item void start void scan list. Make sure you call on enable. So on enable is here. Okay, let's just say Control A, Control C. Here is our current VoidMonster Java. Please date appropriately. And I still spell it wrong. So it goes. Okay, so it's still keeping our existing structure. Not really doing too much. Just gonna do a quick scan to see what's different. It didn't change anything there or here or a singleton instance. I bet it's just changing tiny little bits here. Okay, on enable. This, stay the default config. You see that it's enabled. We have our managers, our commands, our listeners. And then we're just start the void scan loop. So we want to make sure that this actually starts up. Okay. Sure that nothing else changed. No. Okay. Make sure we save it, otherwise it won't do us any good. And then we'll move on to player dropped items listener. I'm ready to move on. Hey Bacon, good to see you. Good to have you join us. All right. Today we're just continuing working on the plugin that was submitted by High Hopes. And right now what we're doing is we're kind of changing the fundamental way in which these items that we're going to be tracking are being handled by the plugin. So we first tried one method, that didn't work, and then we tried another method, that didn't work, and through each of those we basically learned more about how the game handles items that are being thrown in the void. So today we realized that what we need to do is essentially scan and check every time an item falls below a certain Y value in a specific world that is a certain type of item. So that is essentially what we're doing today, is we're changing some stuff out, making sure that the plugin is properly keeping track of these items, because it wasn't doing that though for the last little bit. So we're hoping that we get a working, functional feature where we're tracking those items correctly. Okay. So we're going to tag every dropped item with the player's UUID. So we're essentially modifying the plugin behind the scenes, letting that specific item know who threw it. Then we're going to store that information, and we're making sure to include some debug messages so that we can understand what the plugin is doing. So now we need to also modify what happens when a player dies. So we're going to do that next. So this is going to detect when a player, mob, or other living entities died of the void. Because we're only scanning for non-living entities with our scanner, and then this particular one is only taking care of living entities. Here is our current void death listener. I just want to make sure that we're feeding it back what we've already worked on, so it doesn't just decide to start from scratch, and it's actually properly updating what we have. Because otherwise, it'll like assume you have nothing and just spit out a bunch of code that now you've gotten rid of some of the functionality that you previously wanted. So this one is going to handle all void deaths, players, and mobs. If they're not in a tracked world, we just forget about them. If they're not below a certain Y threshold, we forget about them. So we're trying to be really smart about only working when we need it to actually do something. Okay. All right. We're gonna go back to our item void listener. Just make sure we've got that one all buttoned up. Now, once we actually get past this to where we are testing this, and then we move on to the next stage, I am going to start a new chat with ChatGPT. Still put it inside our project folder called VoidMonster, and that way we get a little bit better performance out of it. Because if we have a chat going for too long, it can kind of slow it down. So, okay. I think we've already done exactly this, but I'm just going to say, here is our existing item void listener. Very close to complete and functional. I'll now apply the file and cleanup and standard deviation pass to align it with our latest project format and integrate the rest of your updated files. Debug aware, integrated with config. Save this in listeners. Okay, so what did it change? Because I didn't think it really needed much. It just kind of broke stuff up a little bit. Looks like it didn't need that after all. Interesting. Okay. Kept all of this. Kept that. Okay, yeah, so there's a little bit more going on here. Okay. All right. Did we not already do player dropped items? Did we not already do player dropped items? Seems like it's kind of looping and getting itself in a little circle. It's like we already did this. Okay. Move on. Let's make sure that we're implementing. Let's make sure we are properly implementing storage. That's another key part. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to our config manager. I'm pretty sure we're already creating we'll see. Data file and asset. Okay, so let's say here is our current config. Sure. Java. Okay. Gonna feed all this into ChatGPT so it can make sense of it, kind of know our jumping point. Okay, so we're good to go. Next step, I'll integrate data manager. So, which will handle the data itself. Now we have stats manager. Don't think we specifically have a data manager. For data, we have void death storage and void item storage. And I feed it this file path. It really likes to do things a certain way, so when we deviate from that, it can get a little confused, and we just have to like let it know like this is how we're doing things, a little different than standard. So Okay. This is our current void item storage. All right. Make sure it understands that. A quick checklist of how it's being used. Should we verify next? Okay. Improvements. Void entry method. Time of void entry could help move flat file logic to separate. Improvements files. Let me know if you'd like to. Let's see. Let's move on to this one. I think it's probably okay for now. We might have to come back and tweak it, but I think we're okay. Alright. Now it wants to look over it, and it might suggest some upgrades. But for now, we just want to start with some basic functionality. Alright, so we're already tracking player's inventory, we're already tracking playtime, we're allowing for store, retrieval, and clear. Okay. What's missing? No file persist. All data is lost on server restart. We should save load in void deaths.yml. Okay. No timestamp. Tracking could be useful for debug. Probably. Okay. Here's a fully upgraded method. Alright. So file and memory. We're going to do just a little bit more. Looks like, yeah, we're just adding a tiny bit more. Avoid this, retrieve and remove, save to disk, and load from disk. Okay, let's try this. Oops. Copy and paste. Okay. Next step. Okay. Okay. Let's do that. So for our on enables, that's going to be in our main VoidMonster.jar. And this essentially is when the plugin starts up, what are we telling it to do? So first we're telling it, okay, you need to load all the config files because we can't make any decisions until you actually do that. Then we need to register all our commands and our events and our managers. Then we need to start the scan. And then we need to tell the server owner that everything enabled successfully. So it's kind of top to bottom. If any point of this fails, we're not actually going to get a successful enable. So let's do this. Control A, Control C. This is our current void monster.java. Okay. Let's see what it spits out. Now, to some degree, it might look like I'm just kind of copy and pasting from ChatGPT. There is a method to the madness. It is basically doing the remedial tasks for me. I am still making sure I'm looking over it to make sure it's not all of a sudden hallucinating and just doing its own random thing. So I will be moving pretty fast, but I am also making sure that I don't see anything glaring and alarming when I go to copy and paste. So just trying to keep an eye out for some differences. Like here, we've still got the same load from config. We've still got a little debug message. We're still registering our managers, but now we're adding this load persist data. So that's kind of our core difference here. But then on disable, we're also saving that data. So we've got two different like additions here, essentially. Everything else, what's untouched, which is what we'd expect. That it all of a sudden didn't just randomly decide to add more than just that one thing that we asked it to do. Okay. I think we should move on to in-game testing of items being detected. So, in which case, we're going to create a little checklist, ensure certain things are enabled, and then we're going to observe or take our observations, plug them back into ChatGPT, and just make sure that everyone's kind of on the same page. So it's going to assume these things. If we don't tell it otherwise, we'll get in a little bit of a weird situation where it's thinking it's telling us the right information, but because we weren't accurate in our testing, then everything's kind of off. So, all right, there we go. So the first thing we need to do is, now that we've made some changes, we need to recompile the plugin, essentially rebuild it. The way we're going to do that is utilizing a tool called Maven. So I'm going to open up a command prompt as an administrator. Then I'm going to navigate to the location of all of our files. So it's always going to default to C, Windows System 32. In order to get back to the root of C, we do cd .. We're going to repeat that. And now we're back to the root of C. Now I have put mine, I know, in VoidMonster. So if I can just start typing VO, press tab, because I know that's the only file within my root of C that starts like that. Okay, now that we are here, we're going to do mvn for Maven, clean, build. Okay, now what can often happen is we go to compile and we get a build failure. So in this exact example, that happened immediately. So it's because we made some changes and maybe didn't fully factor in all the little nuances of what our changes meant. So let's plug this into ChatGPT and let it know what essentially went wrong. Okay, we went to compile after these latest changes and got the following errors. I don't think it lights are on enable. We must have done something funky. Oh, I must have issued the wrong command. Did I? Oh, I did. Package. Maven clean package. Yep, I used the wrong wording. That would make sense. Hold on. It could have just been a me error. Let's find out. Okay. Could not resolve a dependency. Interesting. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out why. Throw that in. We're getting this error because it doesn't. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's funny. Pretty sure we have both of those. Okay, hold on. We're having we use the paper AI as well. Let's tell it. Here's what our current file looks like. Here is our current pom.xml. Okay, now our pom.xml is essentially a fundamental file that we must have in order to use Maven as our compiler. It tells Maven like what version we're using. It tells it how to assemble the file. So in our case, we're telling it to spit out a file called voidmonster.jar, and it's version 1. We have a name and a description. We have certain properties. So like our plugin will only function on Java 21, 1.21.4 or newer. Potentially, we might have to come in here and update that if they made some major changes under the hood to how Minecraft works. Then we're saying we want to tie into the paper API and then some other stuff so we can do some fancy stuff with messages. Eventually, we'll do lib disguise for those zombies as one of the stretch goals, where we have some repositories, and then we're telling it how to actually build the plugin. And then we have the developers, myself, and then Hyops as a contributor. So it's saying recommend fits. Use 1.20.6 latest version. To fits, install 1.21.4 locally. Okay. So I really want to stick to supporting 1.21.4 Java 21. Really? We have to install it locally, huh? Huh. That seems excessive. Are there any downsides to this approach? Let's find out. No setup, no auto updates. New ones builds. Working with collaborators. We update the draw locally too, unless you do a custom private map repo. Using paper right out the full paper draw, which is good practice. Can't answer unless you store paper locally. What a little bit of a pain. Okay, so be it. Making sure I fully understand this. How is 1.21.4 not a released? How is 1.21.4 not a released paper build? They are now 1.21.5 experimental. 1.21.4 has been out for a while. I think it's lying to me, so I'm just having it double check itself. Sometimes that happens. You just have to use some of your knowledge and double check. Alright, we're absolutely right. 1.21.4 is officially released. What's actually happening is a nuance of how and when paper publishes build to their public Maven repository, which can lag behind their downloadable server builds. Release does not equal Maven publish. Maven or paper often releases server builds, downloadable jar files, before or without publishing a matching API artifact to their Maven repo. So while paper 1.21.4 exists for running servers, the API may not exist or be indented on Maven. Okay. Maven publishes snapshots sparingly. Publish snapshot versions tied to build numbers, not just Minecraft. Sorry, version. It's often expected plugin developers working on the list to manually install the paper API jar or develop against a known compatible lower version for maximum compatibility. Huh. Okay, let's try a search here. Releases. This might be a little more advanced than I know how to look at. 1.21. Huh. Okay, I think that's a little bit beyond me, so I won't sit here and mess with this. Alright. Alright, so walk me through how to install the paper API jar manually for 1.21.21.4. Okay, I am going to start up a new chat just so we have a little bit better performance here. New chat. Yeah, so it's struggling a little bit here. Usually a new chat will fix that. Let's continue off our QA testing part 1 chat. We'll see here. Maybe, maybe not. I'm gonna rename this one QA testing 2. Let's throw that stuff in here so we don't lose it. All right. Step 1, download the paper build. Okay. Paper. We'll install the latest build, 231. Looks like we already had it, which is fine. Okay. Down the jar. Extract the jar. Once you download it, you'll need to extract it from it. Here's how. Use build tool. Use your favorite API. It's more reliable than dissecting the server jar. Download build tools from. Okay. Wait for it to finish. All right. I don't think I want to put it here, because that's going to put it inside our VoidMonster. So let's back it back up to this root of C. Okay. Do I need, once you download it, you need to extract, use build tool. Okay. On step 2, I have it downloaded. How and where do I run build tools command? Let's find out. All right. Need build tools. Okay, go to the official page. So we need to go to build tools now. Wait, that's the same page. Downloads. Software. I don't think that is correct. Okay. Download paper. Build tools. Yeah, that's. Let's read a little Reddit post real quick. Interesting. Yeah, I think it's hallucinating again. There are no build tools for paper. There is for spigot. Is that what you meant? Go to the GitHub page. Okay. In the All Workflows tab. Okay, let's pull this a little bit bigger. We're going to need this. Go search bar and type 1.21.4. 1.21.4. Do we have... Oh my goodness. How do we do this? In the All Workflows tab, use the search bar and type 1.21.4. We're in All Workflows. 21.4. Nothing. 1.21.4. Hit enter. 1.21.4. Oh, it's going to be ignored since log searching isn't available yet. Oh, lovely. Oh man, they're making us work for this one. How do they expect people to do this? How-tos. See our API here. Maybe we have to pick 1.21.5? Let's go back and read this. For Maven, repository for paper API. Okay, so let's see here. File paper you'll need. Pull in this repo. Okay, we're getting a little deep for me, so let's see if this works. Okay, IO, paper MC, paper API. Then let's try this instead. Provided. Okay, let's see if that's sufficient. If I can comment these out. Okay. I'm going to delete these for now. Okay. Keep track of it on another little... lot of files open because we're working on everything in there. Let's just do new. There we go. Let's try to save it like that. See if we can get past this whole nonsense. All right. Oh, we need to make sure we're in our correct file. Okay. See if that makes any difference. Maybe? Come on, fingers crossed. Okay. So we moved past the dependency. Okay. This is promising. We got a little bit of a snag there. That was a little bit confusing. But I think we moved past it. Okay. Let's go ahead and throw that back down there. Okay. All right. close those up. Error, namespace key not found. I'm missing an import for namespace key. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, in player dropped items.java. Let's get back there. All right, source, main Java, ArZor, it's gonna be our listeners, and player dropped items. Okay. We basically just need to add an import. That's not too bad. Word.bucket.namespace. Okay, easy enough. And then in item void listener, we must, we didn't include our debug utility. Okay, easy enough. Okay, let's see if that does the trick. Just a couple of missing imports. Not too bad. And it still doesn't like something in our item void listener, so we'll fix that as well. Problem. Wait, did it tell us to do? Wait, what? Oh, we forgot to remove the line about managers. Because it's not in managers. If we were in managers, there is no debug logger. We are truly in utils debug logger. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Try this again. Okay. Now we're getting into the actual issues in depth storage. We need to fix a couple of things. In our item void listener, we need to fix something. Yeah, a couple of things. Okay. And one listener is not a listener. Sure, implements the list. Oh, because we didn't actually turn it into a listener. I totally forgot to do that. Okay. Listener, item void listener. So we see that we don't have our public class called correctly. So let's make sure we actually do that. Oops. Don't actually need that bit of and then let's make sure we're actually pulling in bucket event listener, which we are not. Bucket event listener. Cannot assign final variables to void desk storage. This repeats for several fields. You're likely to find these as final in class like this. But later you try to do this. Remove final, they should be. Okay, so void desk storage. Data, void desk storage. Here is our current void desk storage. Please fix and update pro. Yep, guaranteed I'm gonna have lots of spelling errors. I'm typing fast. And I'm not a super strong typer, so that too. Here is our current version. Let's see what it says needs to change. Remove final from the fields that manually assigned. Okay. Let's go back up. Looks like it kept all this good stuff. Trying to see what it changed. So it's the same. Sometimes they're so subtle it can take a little bit of excuse me, time to figure out what actually was the change. Ah, that's what I didn't like. Okay. These guys we're removing the word final from. Okay. Okay. All right. So then I can verify that that was actually correct. Is this correct? Move final from the fields, or did I still include something as final? I guess I did. Okay. Paste. All right. Now, there was also something it said we needed to do with... Oh, let's go up a little bit. Void items, methods not found. Void item manager. Okay. Here is our current void item manager. Please update. All right. Okay. Copy. Paste. Something. Oh, we were a little too hasty. But something's not right. Not enough. Not enough here. Okay. Save you. I think we can try again. Something still in our... That means you're trying to call, but that method doesn't exist in your config manager. Add is world enable method to call manager. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. We didn't have that in our config manager. This is our current config manager. And sure. So we just need to add this method, put it below the get tracked world. Get. Oh, actually we can see it gave us a little bit of an example. So we've got our section called general setup. So we'll scan for that. General setup, here we are. And we do have get tracked world. Ah, but we don't have is world enabled. That is disconnect. Okay. Okay, let's see if that does the trick. Looking good. This is a good sign when we see this kind of stuff. Nice. Okay, we got a build. Let's see if we can actually use it. Okay, so this is always the exciting part. All right, so I'm going to go ahead, put up some stuff on my end. Get everything ready so that we can actually load it onto the server, and then we'll hop in game and test out what's happening. Okay, when we want to actually go grab our file that got created, that is when the very first time you'd see this target folder show up. Inside here, we have our VoidMonster 1.0.0.jar. Now we're going to go ahead and move that over onto our server. And then I have to restart the server itself. Okay, do a little restart. Make sure everything initializes correctly, which it should. We didn't really do too much of a change there. We basically just started our little scanner task. I should say. And sure enough, everything enabled successfully. So let's see if we actually see any output. Go to our testing world. Fingers crossed this did its work. Oh, we're already staring over the void? That's a little scary. Alright, let's throw some local odds in there, see what happens. Hey. Still nothing. Oh, but hold on. We probably don't have debug mode on. Debug, now it's enabled. Okay, don't jump to any conclusions. Okay, now here's the thing. I do see some stuff in console finally. I see tag dropped item, tag dropped item, tag dropped item. So let's see if we actually see anything in VoidMon debug list. So it's tagging them, but yet it's not actually storing them, which is pretty fascinating. Okay, so let's feed that back into ChatGPT. Tell it, here's what we tried. We made sure that this was on, and we still don't have items being stored so we can do something with them. Okay, minimize that for a second. Minimize that. Okay, so we got a successful compile. We loaded it on to the test server. Everything started up okay. We turned on debug mode and threw some non-blacklisted stacks of items to void. We saw the following in our console log. Okay, I'm going to just copy and paste all this. However, we did not see any messages in game. And when we checked /VoidMonster debug list, it showed no items had been stored. Okay. Let's see what it's got for us. The fact that we're getting debug messages means that the event is running. We're successfully tagging the items with metadata. However, the issue seems to be items are not being stored in the Void Item Manager. Debug list shows no items tracked, no in-game message feedback, likely from tracking phase. Following the behavior suggests The listener watches for items. It's not detecting the fall, not calling, or the world isn't allowed, or the Y check is broken. Hey, Cat Creeper. Welcome to the stream. Or actually, more specifically, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm hoping you're learning a little something here. I know sometimes plugin development can be a little tricky because there's a lot of like setup and whatnot, but man, is that payoff rewarding when you actually get a problem and you understand the solution, and then you go and implement it and you see it happen live in real time. So that's always super exciting. All right. So right now we're trying to figure out why we're getting some stuff happening, but not everything happening. And we're utilizing ChatGPT to understand what's going on. So let's make sure that the item void listener is registered. So we're going to check this line in our main class. I'm going to come back out. Master source main Java dev ArZor VoidMonster. Okay, this is our main file. Good. Glad you're enjoying it. Got a creeper. All right. Let's take a look. So we have our main class here. We're going to check, are we actually doing a get server, get plugin manager, registered event, item void listener? I don't know if we are. We are. Here it is. Right here. 1. Confirmed. See below. Let's just grab our whole component registration so I can see. 2. Check the Y coordinate check. Make sure the code in item void listener looks like. Yeah, that's fair enough. Let's see if we have this. Grab a little piece of it. We sure do. So we do have this. We might want to add a little debug message. Item fell into the void at Y level. So we already do have it. Okay. 2. Confirmed. See below. Oops. So we're gonna feed it all of this. 3. Confirmed is world enabled passes. Your config has this, but in your in-world nether, nothing will be tracked. Well, we know that much. We know that our world is world the end. So if we go mvtp world the end, we're gonna get teleported the same to the world that we were already in. So we don't have to worry about that. Now I do want to just double check our loaded config. Make sure that that's not the issue. Worlds, world the end. Three. Confirmed. We are in. Are we? The following set in config, and we are indeed in that world. Okay. Where should we add this debug message? And 4, check that items are not air and have metadata. Well, we're pretty positive that's not the case. 4, we threw oak logs, and so we are sure it's not here. Check that you're not throwing air. Oh my goodness, AI. Let's just check our void item listener our item void listener one more time. Let's minimize this. And try to fire. Okay. Possibly something's going on here. Yeah, we're making progress, Dragon. I appreciate all of you. Thanks for all the follows. 9 in I think 3 days? Not too bad. And this is day 3 of streaming, so I appreciate everybody. It definitely is helping. As some of you may know, actually, they actually just recently changed the requirements for affiliate. So we're actually... Oh, sorry about that. Headset cut out again. I'm gonna have to figure that one out for next stream. I was saying they actually changed the requirements for affiliate. So now we have to reach 25 instead of 50. So we might be there a little bit faster than we thought. What a lucky time to all of a sudden pick up streaming. Quite literally, day 1 when I streamed, the requirement was 50. So I don't know how I happened to time this to where now the requirement has changed, but I will happily take the new requirements. For any of those that aren't familiar with it, once you hit affiliate, then you can actually start monetizing and over time, you know, make some money doing this. So that's the goal here. I mean, ideally, I'd like to do this a lot more often. So each follow certainly helps me get closer and closer to that goal. All right. Let's see what's going on here. 5. This is our current void. Oh, item void listener. Item void listener.java. Okay. This whole thing, we're just trying to give it as much feedback as we possibly can. The better information we can give it, the more it can tell us. Well, I guess our void scan task is not getting called anywhere. Oh my goodness. So we told it to enable the method. Okay. That's true. I am multi-streaming. So yeah, if you're on Discord or if you're on Twitch or YouTube, I will be able to do my best to see all those chats and reply appropriately. So again, just a little reminder, if you guys are seeing this and are like, man, I have a great idea for a plugin, it would be really cool if X existed. Go ahead and add that as a submission. I do rely on viewer submissions for some ideas. I mean, I've got lots and lots of my own. But you know, ideally I'd like to make what you guys want to see. So if you have an idea, go ahead and suggest it. We might build it right here, live on stream. And if we do choose you, just another little reminder, if your plugin idea is chosen, not only will we give you a shout out if you know, you've included that as your name down at the bottom of the form, but it will also entitle you to get that plugin for free. So I will be sending you a free copy in perpetuity for as long as we maintain that plugin, and you'll be able to get all future updates to that plugin for free as well. So it's essentially a contributor license as a thank you for being the one to give us the idea and allow us to work on it in stream and make content from your idea. That will be a way to give back to you guys. So with that out of the way, let's see if we can figure out why we're not actually starting up our void scan, because I was pretty sure we set that up in our on enable. So it's telling us we didn't, but we most certainly did. We did set this up on enable. Another follower, thank you, Puffcracker4. Oh, and DJ Gionere? I'm sorry if I am saying that incorrectly. Welcome, welcome. And thank you for the follows. Hey, yeah, we're just plugging away at a viewer submitted idea here for a plugin. For any of those that might be recently joining us, we are building out a plugin with the idea that you have a second chance for items that you lose to the void. So any of those items that you lose to the void are going to get stored, and then you're going to have to fight a boss monster in order to get those, have a chance at getting those items back. So when you kill this boss, all those items that it's been keeping track of since we last summoned a boss are going to spew out all over the place, free for all for anyone to grab that that fought that boss or happens to be in the area. Even I guess if they don't contribute, they might pick up a little prize. So, all right. So I'm going to tell it we did set up an on enable. Here it is. Okay, so the scan should be running since you're seeing add drops, tag dropped items with UID, but no items fell in the void. This means the scheduled task is running, but the scan is skipping all items. Well, that's no good. Let's figure this out. Let's go to item void listener. We're gonna start adding some. Yeah, I'm getting some little pings in my ear, so I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. I hear noise. Oh, okay. People are chatting on. It's like YouTube here. Good. Okay, I'm happy to hear that. I mean, that's why we have options. So if it's better for you on YouTube, feel free to watch on YouTube. Okay. Moving on. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to add essentially little messages that will tell us at what point each thing is happening and where are we going wrong. So please provide a fully updated item void listener Java. So we're just going to tell it, hey, you put in all these little debug messages for me. So it looks like right after our run, we're going to put in a little debug message. Right after it picks up the world, we're going to add another debug message. And then skipping world of non-config. Okay, so we are just fully loading them up with debug messages so we know exactly where in the world something is going wrong. Okay, so I'm just going to do Control A, Control V. All right, and then save. What to look for. So after we restart the server with this new version that we're just about to compile, I'm going to be checking to see every half a second. Unfortunately, we're going to get a pretty big, heavy spam of running voids scan tick. And then we'll get clear logs for each step and see exactly where any items are getting skipped. So it's going to completely flood our chat, or not, sorry, our console. But we're going to do a short little test. And then this will give us a really, really clear idea of where something is going wrong. Somewhere, somehow, things aren't quite getting detected. And we need to pinpoint it so that we can actually properly get this core functionality. If we can't detect items getting thrown in the void, things aren't getting stored, well then We can't summon them for the boss fight. None of that. So that's a bit of a problem. We are trying to reach 25 Catacreeper. Originally, the goal was 50 for affiliate. I mean, I will welcome 50, but in order to reach affiliate, they just recently changed the requirement to 25. So we are at 11, which is amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you for these early follows. So we're just, I'm just getting started here. This is day 3 of live streaming. So yeah, I appreciate you all being here. All right, let's do another compiling. We didn't change too much. So let's go ahead and try to do another compile and hope that nothing freaks out on us. Look at that. Okay, awesome. I always love to see build success. Sometimes you have to really fight for it. As some of you might have seen it yesterday. Man, we were fighting. All right. So let's go to our target. We're gonna grab our new VoidMonster.jar. Throw it onto our server. Restart it. Oops. Let's reconnect. My FTP client decided it did not like that. So let's do it one more time. So I am interfacing with my server through the means of a program called WinSCP. Basically, that allows me to modify all my files directly on my server without actually having to use a control panel or like RDP remote into the server box, if you will. So just a cool little trick for how to manage your files if you're a server owner. Hopefully you're familiar with FTP clients, but in case you aren't, there's that little tip for you. So, okay. Now I just need to actually restart the server, find of my many different tabs that I have open. Let's do a little restart. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, let's stop. That was chaotic. All right. Let me see if I can copy and paste a lot of this stuff. All right. Here you go, ChatGPT. Have fun. There's a lot here. All right. Alrighty. Here is the log. Boom. All right. That's an excellent debug output. It confirms the root cause. Your config uses world end, but the debug log shows scanning world end. My threshold set to -64, and then nothing else. No items detected. Well, that's fine because we didn't actually. So okay, to clarify, we didn't go in game and throw any items into the void yet. I'm so sorry. I don't know how to. Let me see if I can spell this out. Mr. I'm not here 1894. There we go. Man, you see a bunch of letters all jammed together and it took me a second. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the stream. All right. Just no items across the void threshold yet. Okay. It's expected because now we're thrown in. So now we need to go into the game. Go into our server testing world. Our server, I should say. Oh, because we stopped it. There was so much console spam that we stopped it. Hello and welcome. Moon. Oh my goodness, I don't know how to say this either. Moon F0X9. That's going to be my guess. All right, so let's go into creative mode. We're just going to allow this thing to spam like crazy. Oops. Let's start throwing in some items, see what happens. Okay, and now I'm going to stop the server because we actually were seeing some items thrown in. Okay. Let's try to actually pull out all these different things. My goodness, is there a lot of spam? Okay. Here we go. Here is the console log after throwing in some items. This odds confirms everything is working except one final and critical detail. Your items never reach below y -64. So, even at the deepest, the items only got to -57. Oh, see, this is why we add debugs. Moon Fox? Is that what you guys are thinking that name is? Ah, Moon Fox. I should have been able to figure that one out. Well, welcome. That made sense. I don't know why I had such a hard time figuring that one out. All right. All right. So yes, our debug basically helped us identify the issue because we were like, man, nothing is getting picked up. So essentially, the game is actually getting rid of them faster than -64. So we're learning actually a lot about items falling into the void. With this, Mr. I'm Not There, thank you for the follow. Yeah, you know, it's absolutely fascinating. And from this suggestion that High Hopes gave, I was thinking, you know, how hard could it be to detect items falling in the void? There's obviously got to be some way that the game is handling these items and getting rid of them. And my goodness, has this been an interesting learning experience. So for any of those that are just joining, yesterday we tried a couple of different ideas. First we thought, oh, items are getting despawned. Just like, you know, if you got killed and your items fell out on the ground and then 5 minutes go by and the items get poofed, we thought, oh, well, it's just doing that a lot faster. Items fall in a void, they hit us, you know, below the void, like -64 or whatever, and then they just get despawned. Apparently we were wrong. That is not what happens. So I thought, maybe I fundamentally great, I know. I just said on all the socials, you're 12 out of 25 and find out I finished your 13. Well, thanks, High Hopes. So yeah. First we thought it was the one issue. By the way, my audio is too loud, please let me know. I'm still trying to balance out my voice versus the music and all that good stuff. So if you guys are having some issues hearing me and it's too loud, definitely let me know. Or too quiet, either one. Yeah, so then the second thing we tried is you can't wait to take on VoidMonster. I hope this is for you. Yeah, so the second thing we tried is we thought, maybe we fundamentally misunderstand why not trigger once the item despawns in the end will also under specific. That's exactly what we got to. Entity removed from world event. Funny enough, entity removed from world event was something we tried. And we realized that is paper specific. So if you wanted to do this on a non-paper server, that method doesn't actually exist, from what I learned. Fascinating. And I want this plugin to be as widely compatible as possible. So if people are using a Spigot, you know, like Spigot is a huge marketplace a lot of people still use Spigot as their main server jar, if you will. And so if we locked this into being only paper features, I wanted to try to avoid that. And apparently entity removed from world event is a paper only feature. And so we had to get a little bit more creative. So then as I was saying, we thought it was they're getting damaged. We thought maybe the game just like instantly kills these items and, they have some sort of health attribute assigned to them. And then if we just like do a ton of damage to them, that's what gets them destroyed. Not the case either. Long story short, we figured out that we essentially have to run a scan. So if we have a player or an entity, we can detect that they're taking damage, because that does happen when you hit the void. But items, that isn't the case. There really isn't any sort of event or listener that we can reach out to in a Spigot environment. Granted, paper does have its method. So we said, okay, how are we going to handle this? We're going to look at every item that falls into or below a certain Y value, if you will, in specified worlds. So we're going to assume that people are using these in a void world. So whether it's actually the end or a custom end dimension, like a resource end dimension, or your own custom dimension that just happens to have items able to fall below a certain Y threshold, we're going to specifically look for item entities in those worlds that fall below that threshold, and then keep track of all of those. And then we ourselves are going to use the plugin to delete those items from the world. So we're going to take over essentially the despawn, if you will. And what we found is through debugging, we basically set our threshold too low. So we thought -64 is when they would actually be triggered, but through our debugging, we found that it was actually at -57.19. So all we basically need to do is change our Y threshold from like -64 to maybe even like -40, so that they actually get tested as, being understood. So what I want to try to do here is we could probably make it have, based on the type of world, different thresholds, because it seems like, if you were in an overworld or a nether, and I can't imagine this, but heaven forbid someone says, let's get tricksy and make a hole in the bedrock at the bottom of the world and then jump in. I guess we might want to consider that. I mean, we'll leave it up to the server owners to decide to enable those worlds or not. But I guess if they do enable it in an overworld or a nether, we might want to be able to compensate for that. So we should allow for each world to have its own threshold. So let's see. We should allow for each world to have its own. Yeah, kind of creepy. You're saying you've done it, so I guess we should figure that out. Each world to have its own threshold, and we want to be able to set the threshold live from in-game on the spot whenever we want, if we have the right permission. We're going to make a couple of changes. Can't say I recommend it. Yeah, I would probably avoid making a hole in the bedrock in the overworld and then voluntarily jumping into it. Probably not the best idea. That actually reminds me, I don't even know if this is a thing in modern Minecraft anymore. This was so long ago. You actually used to be able to place blocks below the void. I don't think that's a thing anymore. Does anyone know if you can still do that in the overworld? I want to say you can't. But then again, maybe you can. Because I want to say I was watching... We're going off on a little tangent here. I want to say it was Hermitcraft. And they managed to place a fence below the void and then tie a lead to it. And then we're like dangling pigs with saddles. I'm going into the far reaches of my memory on this one. I think that's correct though. Or maybe they just had done the fence above the void and then manage to dangle the lead basically through the block? I don't remember. But I'm pretty positive that in years past, many versions ago, you could actually build below the void. And there was a small little window before you would start taking damage. So you could almost make like an entire base under the void if you were tech savvy enough to know how to get below the bedrock. Yeah, I wish I could remember. Anyway, on that note, let's actually implement some of these features because we want to do these multiple worlds supporting. We want to have the ability to change it on the fly. We want to have tab completion. So all that kind of good stuff. Let's make sure we are also building in tab completion. You're right, it was also done on the official Lifesteal server, I think. Yeah, okay, I'm not going crazy. I was like, I swear I remember this. Okay, so we're gonna make sure that we implement all this stuff. Okay, let's begin. Perfect. We'll begin by updating command VoidMonster.java to support the new subcommand. I'm going to go ahead and minimize the in-game. All right. Back out into our source, and so that we can start actually modifying some of these files. Command VoidMonster. So if any of you didn't quite catch it, one of the things that I try to make sure I do in my code is to keep it very organized. Not only does this make it easier for me to find files and modify them, but even though this plugin is going to be a paid plugin when we're all said and done, we are licensing it in a way that if a server owner legitimately buys it from an approved source, they are allowed to modify it for their own purposes as long as they don't redistribute it, resell it, lease it, any sort of trying to give it away or sell it again. So this will make it really nice for those people that feel like they want to make little changes, that they can do so and they can understand our code and understand, you know, why we made the decisions that we did and what certain different functionalities do. So that out of the way, let's go into our commands. We have a command VoidMonster. Okay. And now I want to make sure, so we have a stats command, reload command. Let's split slash VoidMonster set threshold out into its own Java file. Let's try to keep this a little more organized. So another little trick is, I mentioned this before. Oh, another follower. Official LATR. That's gotta stand for something. I was gonna guess Lord of the Rings, LOTR, but LATR. You're gonna have to tell me what that means. Aries. Ah, hey Aries. Thanks for joining us. And thanks for the follow. Official later. Alrighty. Alright. So, what are we doing? We are making a new file, and I wanted to share a little tidbit. For those of you who are on Windows, I'm going to be showing as if you were on Windows, because that's what I'm going to be using for plugin development. And as I said in my previous streams, if you're on Mac, I apologize. I don't know Mac, so there might be some translation required on your part if you want to be following along. So, one little trick that is very, very important for what we're doing is we want to make sure that we are seeing our file extensions. So you can come into a void, show file extensions, and what that's going to reveal is that this is a .txt. So when we go to rename it, oops, hold on. Come on. Rename. Okay. So instead of just like, if you didn't show those extensions based on when you did Control V, you would end up actually making a .java.txt file. We don't want that. We do want it to be a .java file. Dragon's Breath told me to follow you. Well, thank you for both of you, both Dragon and for you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to hit Control V. Now, when we fundamentally change a file type, Windows gives us a little bit warning. As I mentioned in past streams, if you don't know what you're doing and you change a file type by changing its extension, it can completely corrupt and make a file completely unrecoverable. So only do this if you know what you're doing. So we do know what we're doing. We're going to go ahead and make a command set threshold.java. And then this is the actual file itself. Okay, so I am just going to slightly reorganize this because I don't want it to have this above the other one. Oops, hold on. Make sure we fully grab everything. Otherwise, we're going to create problems for ourselves. Okay, let's just put this down here. Okay. Don't need all this spacing. Let's get rid of all that. Just kind of clean it up, make it look pretty. Okay. So let's tell it to say Control E, Control C. Please add rich but precise comments to this file. This code block. Let's say code block. Okay. There we go. That's a little bit better. Now when people actually want to come in and take a look at this, it'll make sense. Alright, handles command logic for setting per world void, thresholds. Syntax is VoidMonster set threshold world, and then the Y level. Okay, we're going to check that the player has the correct permission. We're going to validate the amount of arguments. So we expect after set threshold there should be 2 things that you have to specify. We're going to validate that it's the world name is actually a valid name. We're going to attempt to have the Y value threshold. So if it detects an invalid Y threshold, like all of a sudden you chose like 400, it's going to go, oh, that's not right. Then we're going to apply that to the config and confirm the sender that the value was successfully set. So yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and do that. So now we're going to update our tab completion so that we actually, when we want to use this command, we can not have to guess that the command exists. So update. So let's just feed it. Here's our current tab complete. File. Please update appropriately. Okay. Here's our fully updated command, and this is basically adding in the ability for us to create that threshold command. Okay. We're also factoring in different values as well. I'm a little curious why there's this .80 or -80. Hold on. Why do you have listed? Let's see if we make sure we're understanding. Good catch. Negative was included as a generic placeholder. It doesn't align with Minecraft stickable void behavior. Yeah, like when are you ever gonna have a .80 or a negative 80 threshold? Like that's never gonna happen. Yeah, no, we don't have a reason to include negative 80. I was like, that looks off, guys. And also negative 128. Also, what is negative 128 doing there? Or sorry, whoopsie. Remodded or deep void layers. Oh, interesting. Okay, maybe someone knows better than me. I don't think you can increase the negative of a world. From my understanding, there are ways to increase the positive Y value, so you can actually make your world go above, I think, what's the current limit? 315 roughly ish. Don't think you can go any more negative. Hold on. We could probably find this out. Hold on. Can you actually make a world that is deeper than negative 64 in non-modded Minecraft, assuming only plugins, spigot, paper, waterfall, etc. No, you can't make a world deeper than negative 64. Like, it was making me think there was some crazy thing. Negative 64. Would we like to update the suggested list? Yes, I would. See, this negative one. See, this is why you got to pay attention. Not everything ChatGPT is gonna throw out made sense. I was like, something ain't right here. Okay, this makes more sense. Suggest common threshold. So it's basically what we're saying is, if you want, you can specify your own threshold, but we would include some recommendations essentially, and that's what these little suggestions are going to be. And somehow we got a little bit of ChatGPT in there. All right. Let's move on. Okay. Let's move on. Oops, I got caps lock on. Okay, so we have a command set threshold. We have a tab completion properly set up. So let's register the actual command in our plugin. Oh, let's make sure we saved it. We did. All right. So we're going to come back out to our Java, main, then resource, then plugin. And we basically are telling it that there are some more options here. So we currently have this. Currently have this in our plugin .yml. Okay. Yeah, so literally the only thing we're adding is this teeny little bit right here. Okay. Now we do need to make sure we're adding this functionality on enable. And then I'll also tell it we need to make sure that we include a permission for it. Come back out to here. Oh, nope, not target. Hold on. Okay. Where is our git commands? Down here. Okay. Git command. So we already have that set up, so I don't think we need to do anything there. We later switch to a command manager to route all subcommands. We'll consider that logic accordingly. For now, this works. Okay. enabled. Let's see. Did we? I think so. We still need to add a permission check. Okay, so ChatGPT might be man's best friend now. No, legitimately, I'm singing its praises. It is so freaking powerful what you can do to it. I mean, it's still stupid sometimes. It really is. And you have to watch it. But like, what an incredible collaborator. You can kind of just keep feeding it information, go back and forth, make sure it's understanding you, get suggestions. I mean, it likes to try to keep pulling you one direction, so you have to kind of keep it on track. But it can be an incredibly awesome tool. So, all right, let's clarify. We just want to add a permission /voidmonster. Oh gosh, monster set threshold. We do not care about permissions for. Yeah, like you're saying, Cat Creeper, you can really teach it, and it gets better and better and better the more you kind of interact with it. To a certain extent. Yes. Here's the cleanup code and corrected tab completion utility. Okay. Oops. We just need you. Yeah, it isn't perfect yet. That is for darn sure. Currently. Oops. For completion. It is not too long. Something went wrong. Please try reloading the conversation. Retry. Okay, fine. We'll refresh the entire page. Here is what we have currently for tab completion 2. Oh, hold on. Maybe we really do have way too much. Yeah, something seems a little wrong. We screwed up something big time. Hold on. What did we do? What did I do? Okay. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, that makes a lot more sense. Man, imagine if we tried to compile that. Yeah, no wonder it said this was too long. Whoopsie. That could have been a disaster. All right. Gotta really crank on the scroll wheel for this one. Goodness, I just copied like the entire context of our conversations. Okay, all right, that's more like it. Okay. Reload stat summon. All right. No, let's just make sure I didn't screw up. Avoid listener. And then also make sure I didn't screw up our new set threshold command. Okay, so our set threshold command is interesting. Tab completion. Okay. Are we no longer giving recommendations for Y levels now? I don't care about permissions right away. I improve that you no longer need it. I'll suggest Y. Well, that's not true. We should suggest all current worlds that are valid worlds specified in the config, and we should suggest Y values, but only check permission to base set threshold command. Yeah, that's more what we're trying to accomplish here. So just only valid worlds from the configs, just common values, like, yeah, so we're gonna have to adjust its common value. I'll only require that it's ready for next step. Yes, however, common threshold values should be -5, -10, -20, sorry, 15, -20, -30, -35, 40, -45, -50, -55, -60, and -64. That's a little triggering for anyone that has SCT. That's always a little fun. Everything's in nice little fives until you get to 64. Yes. Okay, let's go with that. Okay. Let me know if you'd like to include. Excuse me, folks. Give me just a sec. I will be right back. I'm just gonna go grab a drink. All of a sudden, my voice just went really whack on me. All of like a minute. Just gonna go run, grab my drink. I will be right back.
What the dog doing?
Emotional damage.
What is happening? Okay, and we're back. Now, what was that? Someone playing around with a soundboard. Naughty, naughty. Thanks for entertaining people. All right, here we go. We've got our tab completion figured out. Thank you. All right. Let me know if you'd like to include validation, hide already set worlds. If we should proceed to update, we should proceed. Okay, proceed to update, plugging out YML. All right. Resources, plugging out YML. All right. So we already have our commands figured out. We already have we don't need do we need a permission to use the base command since everything is under a subcommand? No, not necessarily. All functions of VoidMonster have the subcommand summon, set threshold. The base command itself does nothing, or just shows help. Then you don't need a permission for the base command. Yeah, we don't need that. We just need this guy. Please add a rich but precise. Oops. Or you. Let's limit down to one line comment. There we go. That's more like it. Admin summon. That threshold. Now, eventually I'll reorganize these. Well, actually I could do that now. Let's put debug up here. Set threshold should be above stats. And then our summon should go next. And then last, actually this is correct. Okay. Okay, all set. Oops. Plugin.yml has been updated. What's next? We've implemented the threshold command. We've added tab completion. We've added permission checks. We've already implemented this. Reload support. Yeah, we should make sure the reload works because we're going to want to make sure that when we change the threshold. Sorry, I'm just catching your comment, Cat Creepy. You had to entertain the people. I appreciate it. Okay, so yeah, let's. Okay, so yes, we should add reload support. We already have a command reload .java. We should also tell the user to use the reload command after changing a value so they know their changes won't get applied until we reload. Okay. Okay. We'll add a reload reminder. Command set threshold, review and update the command reload Java to ensure it correctly reloads both. Okay, would you like to start with the reload reminder? Let's start with the reload reminder. Okay. Not found. And then we're just making a tiny little change right here. Okay. And save. Yes, we're ready to go and move on to command reload. Tez who? Tez who? Tez who? I'm sorry. I'm gonna be terrible at pronouncing these names. Thank you for the follow and welcome in. If you've been listening along for a little bit, we are working on a plugin that was a viewer submission for making a void boss that you're gonna essentially have to battle to get the items back that you lost to the void. So right now, we're just building in some functionality, making sure that we're properly tracking the items, and what we currently found out is we're basically only saying track items that are below a certain Y threshold, and we found that we had set that threshold too low, so we want to be able to change it on the fly in the game, and also make sure that people only with the correct permissions have that. And we want to be able to tab complete it to them, so when you go to start typing commands, it kind of helps walk you down the line of the process, so you're not having to guess. And then, sorry, hold on. The other thing is going to be that we want to make sure that we tell people that when you make any changes in the game, you need to just reload the plugin in order for those changes to take effect. So that's what we're building in right now, is this reload command, just making sure that it's going to work properly for us. So here is what we have right now. Okay, thanks. Your existing is solid. Here's how we're finding with precise reload reminder structure. Other commands. Add two things, alpha helper message and text util. Call that method and command set threshold. So command set threshold to include a reminder. Okay, so we're just doing this a little bit differently. I think our current method is okay. Okay, so we don't want to handle messages this way. We want them to be configurable in the config.yml. Okay. Since we already have a message section, we're going to do this reload reminder to it. And I am going to make a slight little change here. If I can do this on the fly, find out how well I can do this. on. Ah, I found it. Okay, let's save those settings. There we go. That way it's a little. I have to go to bed for a while. I have to go for a while. Gotta get ready for bed. No problem. We'll still be here for a little bit. Okay, so we added the reload reminder to our messages. We'll save that. Let's apply. Add getter to config manager. Okay, that's fine. Managers, config manager. Get reload reminder. So this basically is just going to use a default in case that config entry is missing. Boards. So let's say here is our current config manager. Okay. Update load messages. Public getter. Final result. Only change section. Load messages. Where are you? You're here somewhere. I know you are. Sorry, folks. I'm just gonna mute myself for a sec. Take a drink. Okay, so here's our messages. We're just adding this one little quick line in here. Bring this over. Okay. Save that. And then we need to add this little bit. So we're going to follow our current kind of style. I'm just going to add it here. And then we got to make sure that we get that closing bracket in there. There we go. That should do the trick there. Yes. Let's move on to our message utilities. So we don't have a message utilities. Hold on. Excuse me. We don't have a message util. We have a text util. Is that what you meant? I thought as much. It was hallucinating a little bit there. Oh my goodness. Here's our current text util. Okay. Reminder, add this to block bottom of class just before the closing bracket. Okay. Let's add a space in there. There we go. Make sure that we have that in the config, which we do. Once it's helper's added, we know when you're ready to do command set threshold to use this. Okay, I'm ready. We already did add that, but we want to change it slightly. Be this instead because we didn't want to hard code it in. Oops. So we probably need to go in and also update the previous message as well, but this will work for right now. Okay. We already updated the config YML. So I think we're good to go. Blah blah blah. So let me know when we want to tackle persistent change. You know if you'd like to tackle persistent change thresholds to warning threshold is missing invalid and then game. Did it check the current threshold? Working on stats or summon. Do we want to? We probably want to add the get thresholds command. So that way we also know at any given time what it currently is. Yeah, we do want to add this real quick before we do any final testing. Let's add this real quick. So we're going to go into commands. We're going to make a not just set threshold, but we're going to make a command get threshold now. Okay. Ready. Right. Done. And save. For the next step. So we're also going to have to go and update our tab completion and our plugin.yml as well. So all right, let's go into our resources, our plugin.yml. Sure, we're just adding get threshold. That's not quite right, is it? We'll correct it ourselves, that's fine. And we'll say allows ops to change. Changing by threshold live. And then we'll say this is allows checking what the current Y threshold is. Okay. Okay. Sadly, I gotta go to sleep. No problem, Catacreeper. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for checking out the stream, and we'll be streaming again tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see you there. All right, sounds good. You have a good one. Likewise. right. So we got our permission set. Now, let's see. Okay. We updated plugin OML. What file are we updating next? Tab completion. Okay, that's what I figured as much. Tab completion. Let's see. Control C. Here is our current tab completion util. All right. Let's make sure we have our set threshold. Now we're gonna have our little get threshold section. Okay. So we'll add that real quick. Make sure I'm adding it in the right spot. Yep, okay here. All right. That's looking good. So we're ready to move on to the next file. We can shrink this a little bit. Oh my goodness, sorry. Okay. You're in the middle of the config manager. Okay. Here is our current config manager. But here's one thing we need to change. We're using this. Reload reminder, no filter. Top, just add reload reminder. Okay. Hash message strings. Okay. Okay. I think we are good to try to compile this now. Let's give this a shot. See if we get lucky. Fingers crossed. Not quite that lucky. Let's see what went wrong. Or due to missing methods in your config manager. Okay, yep, sure enough. Add this inside config manager. Set per world. No settings. So we basically are just, excuse me, changing this. Yeah, let's do that. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Oh, I see. We did want. Hold on. Looks like we didn't truly want to get rid of all of that. 1 for global, 1 for specific. Oh, yeah. Sort of made sense. Okay, let's just grab that whole thing again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Add. Get enabled. Not already have that. I guess we're not checking what current world we've got in here. So let's see, Control C. Here is our current config manager. Oops, manager. Java. Okay, so it's just wanting us to add it right below it. That works for me. Okay. Just making sure everything's indented properly. Okay. Save that. Okay, don't forget to call content manager after changing the threshold to persist these changes by time. Where do we check whether, oh gosh, we calling let's just double check that said, hey, you might want to make sure we're doing this. Okay. What file should I be checking? Okay. Config manager. Reload. Okay. It does. Is our existing on command reload. There we go. Let's just double check that this is all good to go. Hold on. You had missing methods earlier. Not ported. Let's patch those methods. Add, set through. Let's just try to compile. I'm not sure what it's trying to tell us to do. We'll figure it out if we get any more errors. Okay. Which we did. Kind of expected as much. Thought we did fix our config manager.java already, but apparently not. Set per world. We have get per world. But we don't have a set. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, so let's see. Here is our current manager. And then it looks like we also need to update our text util. Okay. Yep. So we have a get. Let's have a set right before it. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. Okay. Command set threshold. Okay, we just need to import this. Okay. Let's just see what happens now. Fingers crossed, we get a build success, and we can actually start testing. Ah, not quite. All right. All right, let's see here. We have our void death listener that someone's good looked at, and our item void deaths. Okay. We'll get there. It's always a little bit tricky when you make all these changes, and then you have to go to try to compile, and then things don't quite work, and then you have to go and make sure you got all the different things buttoned up. So once we work through these compile issues, we should be good to test again. So we're just asking ChatGPT, hey, we got these errors. Where do we need to go to fix these? And it is struggling. Let's refresh. You got this. Come on. Both errors are simple. Get void threshold was changed to require string world name parameter. Okay, so yeah, we just have to change that. So void death. Okay. Currently broken. The manager get threshold. Looks like it's right here. Okay. Let's see if we got this right. Is this correct? And then we also need to do item void listener. Oh, I must have made a mistake. Hold on. What do we misunderstand here? So we have this line. I just took out that line. We don't need it. We're not defined yet here. Okay, we simply just don't even need this. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Okay. Okay. And then we needed to do item void listen, I believe. Yes. You're right here. Okay, so we just need to slightly modify it to include the world name. That made sense. We did change our approach. See what happens next. Still doesn't like something. I'm guessing we didn't import something. Wish I could read the text. Bacon, what is too small for you? Let me know. I'll happily adjust. Is it the compile window? Is it the notepad window? Is it the chat GPT window? I can certainly blow it up so it's a little easier. Mostly the Notepad++, but some of the ChatGPT is too. Okay. Let's go 110%. See if that's a little bit better. And then we got this blown up a little bit more too. Okay. Let's plug in our current. I mean, these are also going to be a little bit small. So let's see if we can. I forget what we told. I don't know if we already told it this. The confirmation you code still reference your world name, but hasn't declared. That is much better. Yeah, no problem. Okay. So we actually need to be world.getName. There. And here. Okay. Let's see if that does a better job. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we got a build success. That's always so exciting. I don't know why. It just every time you fight for it, so when it happens, you're like, ah, finally. All right. The source. Let's go back to our target. All right, let's actually throw this in game and see if we have a working detection system now. I'm also going to make sure because, excuse me, we made changes to our config that we are not holding on to old information that's not updating. So, all right, gonna go ahead, restart the server. See if we get lucky. And then from last time, we learned that our original threshold was too low. So instead of 64, let's change this to 32. Okay. Restart. Okay. I see that everything initialized just fine. Let's go server testing. Come on. We can do this. Alright, / game mode, creative. Let's prepare some items. Have our oak logs, have our redstone blocks, our redstone dust, some levers, and what the heck, a whole stack of lecterns. Why not? Oh, and then just to be safe, let's just also have a little bit of a stretch goal here. See if dirt doesn't get remembered, but rooted dirt does. Alright, / VoidMon debug. Here we go. Let's start throwing stuff out. Okay, and debug now disabled. Alright, and it does look like it is indeed storing these. Let's see if we get anything in our debug list. Interesting. Okay, so we are finally getting stuff, but it is not understanding when it is a whole stack of items at one step. This is huge progress. We're actually getting stuff detected. Holy moly. That has been a while in the making. Okay, so slight correction. We are actually seeing stuff, but they aren't quite what we wanted. Okay, I'm going to feed ChatGPT this full debug and then tell it what we saw. Okay, we got a successful compile. Went in game. Turned on debug and threw stacks of items in. It looks like we are now detecting items, but not their quantities correctly. And we do see that the dirt, which is blacklisted, did indeed get skipped, which is a good sign. So that means we know our blacklist is working. Okay, it didn't understand me. Well, we still have an issue before we can move. We are tracking items. Well, actually, you know what? Let's just double check that, because now we have our file called void items, which is surprisingly empty. Why? Okay, so I'll also mention that we are tracking items. However, we threw in stats and in our debug list, we see them listed as singles. Also, we do not see any data. Hold on, let me refresh it. In void items.yml. Likely cause. When items are thrown in the void, Spigot converts item stats into individual item entities, each one with its own quantity and item stack. Get them out. Your code may be recording each item as a separate tracked entity, even if they were thrown in a single stack. Instead of assuming one item per entity, check the item stack inside the item entity, like so. Okay, you should preserve material amount, original owner, display name if any, possible chance, floors, etc. Yes. Possible reason, void item storage save has been called. You're not writing the stored items in the section before saving. The item list is empty when saved. Okay. Okay, quit checking your storage. Check that, so we'll minimize this again. Data. Void item storage. We do have a save. Okay, so let's see. Here is the current void. Shrink this just a little bit. Okay. Void items storage .yml. Okay. And void item manager. Here and here is our current void item and Java. Let's see if it's actually here is a sample from the console debug. Okay. And lastly, here is our item void listen Java. So yeah, honestly, it's kind of crazy, but I'm pretty sure we can just dump 3 whole files in here plus a log, and it will be able to understand all of it. Let's see if that's too long of a message. Nope. It says that's fine. Populates, who's not calling add, so all items are tracked. None are even persisted. To resolve both issues, in void item manager, remove set amount 1. Well, that would certainly do it, wouldn't it? Why do we have it twice? Tag with source player others. The basic lore. I see. In 2 places. Here. And okay. Update both blocks by removing. So we literally don't need it in either location. How silly that we even had that in the first place. Okay. Also, this line after stored items in both methods. Please show me a fully updated void item manager.java. No, don't try to do it like that. Answer chat, please. Add is used. Okay. Let's see if we can understand what's going on here. Retract the items. Okay. It's making some interesting changes here. Fun. Here is our current. Please update appropriately. Stored items, that looks the same. Track how many is the same. This is the same material type. Your blacklist, yep. First cap and first type cap. Tag with source. Add data through string dropped by else. Set lore, set item lore, we're storing the item count. Ah, here we go. This is where we actually are adding our core little piece of code here. Like, what are we changing here? Oops. Okay. Hate when it does that, throws them over there. Okay. Right. That looks correct, potentially. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we added there. Okay. Just for a sanity check. Okay. Let's see if that did the trick. Nice. Yes. Yes. Excellent. Okay. This is good to see. All right. Let's go ahead. Update this file on the server. So I'm going to just stop the server. Okay. Let's grab our latest, cleanest build. Oops. Go back out to target. Grab our latest and greatest. Okay. And then let's start up the server. Okay, no errors on startup. That's always a happy sign. Okay. Let's do this. /server testing. Okay. Let's test our first command. So VoidMonster get. So we have our set threshold. Well, that was suggested to us, but not get threshold. So okay, I think we know the issue there. We did not properly add our command to our tab complete. So yes, we have reload stats, summon debug, debug list, and set threshold, but we never added get threshold. That would certainly make a difference. Okay, we won't worry about that just yet. Get thresh. Set. We'll say get. Unknown command get threshold. Okay. Alright, well, let's just turn on debug mode. Debug list. So there currently is no item stored. Let's turn it on. Throw in smoke lots, throw in some jungle wood, throw in some redstone lots, tripwire, and last but not least, some dirt and some rooted dirt. And then let's turn off debug, because otherwise it gets absolutely bonkers. Okay, let's check our debug list. It's working! It's freaking working, guys! Okay, we did exactly 64, so let's try like 32 and 48, and then like one and one of these, and like, I don't know, 12 of those, one of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pick a random number, 26. Alright. This is a big moment. Okay, here we go. Throw this in, throw that in, throw that in, throw that in, throw that in, throw this in, throw that in, and this one. Holy smokes. Oh, this is so nice to see. 12, 32, 48, 26. We are properly getting items stored. Okay, this is huge. What happens? Alright, we gotta see this. We gotta see what happens. I mean, this was a stretch goal for sure. Let's just see what even happens when we summon the boss. Voidmon. I don't expect this to work, but if it does, that is a bonus. Here's our Void Monster currently. Let's get him. Hold on. This is going to take too long. Let's just give ourselves sharpness 5. Oh, where'd he go? Go here, Sucker. Be distracted by all of the Endermen. Even flying, he's hard to fight. I can't even get hurt. Yeah, it's so chaotic. Oh, come on, go back towards the center, you little stinker. I don't want to fight you while you're way out here. You stink. Don't be over the void. Hold on. Can you go back towards the center? Oh my goodness. Go on. Get. Yes. No, don't get lured off the edge. This stupid wither. Why are you trying to fight that guy? Let me take care of him for you. There you go. Pick a new target. Ideally one in the center, not out on the edge, you dumb, stupid wither. Why? Why does it torment me like this? Don't go down there. You stupid thing. Okay, yes, stay in the center. Come on. Almost. Come on. Okay. Didn't fully expect that to work. So we are properly we're summoning a monster. We're not getting anything from it. So let's figure out why. We cleared out all the items somehow, but no items spilled out. Okay, some observations. Okay, here are some observations from latest testing. Get threshold command is not recognized as valid and is not tab completing. We noticed our help command doesn't show these new options. We did properly track and store different stack sizes of items. Upon defeating the boss, the storage was cleared. However, no items were spat out. Okay. Let's figure out why. Okay. Void get threshold not recognized nor tab completing. Missing registration in command. Okay, we could totally see that happening. Our command void monster. Here is our current command void monster. Help command. We need to build out a new file called command help and move it out of command void monster. No actions needed. Boss killed. Storage cleared. What items drop? Retrieve all uncleared. Returns list of stored items, but drop logic currently exists in your boss. Death code. Fates if boss defeat logic where that happens. I will need some help determining where the boss defeat logic is. Okay, so let's build out a new help. Okay, probably in boss manager. Yup. Okay. Here is our current boss manager.java. I think by the end of this stream, we will have not only items being properly detected in the right quantities, but we will have them spilling out from the boss. That is my goal. Yes, I'm ready. Please give me a new fixed file. Shuffle if enable. Okay. This fixes. Stored items can now drop in full stats, not just singletons, lore, name, and metadata preserved and used in stacking group. Drop count is locked separate, but used correctly. Drop, radius, and shuffle. Let me know when you're ready to help. I got the help comments. I'm ready. We should make all messages always fully configurable in the config.yml. Please remember this moving forward. Ready. So let's journalize all hardcode messages. The boss manager includes. Whoa, we never. Hold on. Hold on. We never made a help command. Our command help.java file. Yes. I don't think you are referencing config with this. You are hard coding in messages. There we go. That's more what I was expecting. And then in our config manager, this one enabled. Okay, let's add it here. Okay. And then we need to update our config. Resources config. Let's add the help section. Like this for the config.yml. Okay. Yeah, let's do it like that. I like that better. Let's try to make these look just that much better. Okay. Yes. And the auto update config file with changes. Config manager. Oh, this will be nice. So I don't have to make a new one every single time. Okay. Please walk me through each thing we need to change, and for each change, what file I'm modifying and where I need to change the file. Sometimes it just likes to dump a bunch of changes and you're like, whoa, hold on. We've got files all over the place. Where am I changing stuff? What am I changing? One by one. Make it really easy for me to understand. All right, so we already updated the config. Great. Update config manager location in search manager. Add this import at the top. Okay. We already have that. Add this method. Okay, let's do it right up here. Two, three, four, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 4. Okay. And then in our VoidMonster.java, on enable, load conf from disk, create if not present. Let's just check this correct. Is this correct? Add these message retrieval methods. Okay, where am I adding this? So let's just say please send me a fully updated VoidMonster.java. Here's what I currently have. And okay. Oh my goodness, we have to make a lot of changes. Ah, okay. So we're just replacing. Replacing this whole thing. Okay. So let's just see. Single instances didn't change. That changed. Our loggers are the same. Our loads are the same. Disable is the same. Okay. This didn't change. Didn't change. That didn't change. Okay, that's fine. config manager. Sure. Sure. Here is the latest config manager. Okay. Please send me a fully updated config manager. Lots and lots of things we're having it do. A little big file. Then command help. Sure, here is our current command help. Needs a minor tweak. Okay. Save. Then we've fully wired up to dynamically update help message via config and reload with reload. And then we'll identify remaining because it's so hard coded. Okay, so let's just try and see if we can compile now. Wow, we made a lot of changes and got a successful compile first try. That is always nice. It does not always happen that way. As we've seen time and time again. All right. Okay, let's add that onto the server. Of course. Like that. Let's try that one more time. Okay, there we go. Now let's restart the server. Should we break anything in the meantime? Okay, so far so good. All right. Move over to our testing server. Put ourselves into creative mode. All right, let's just check. Let's do VoidMonster debug list. Shouldn't be anything in there. Now I'm gonna go ahead and throw in the sharpest 5 sword just to see what happens. One calibrated, one pot. Let's throw in an enchanted golden apple and a cake. Let's throw in, I don't know, let's try an lay spawn egg and a creaking heart. Like some really truly unusual buckets and name tag. And why not a saddle? And then let's check that it's, we're gonna throw in specifically a duration 3 rocket. And let's try throwing in a music disc as well. Okay, let's just see that it can handle all that kind of stuff. We got our trident. Looks like it didn't. The only thing I don't see is that music disc. So it says item stored is 16. Wait a little longer. Oh, there it is. 18. Okay. Looks like it's saying everything's good. So we want to make sure that that netherite sword actually pops out as enchanted. And our fire rocket is the correct one. So, let's do this. So we're still properly storing stuff. Let's summon. All right. We're just gonna instant kill it because we can. Look at that, guys. Look at that. We actually got items that spilled out. Oh my gosh, what a happy day. All right, and then let's just actually see, do we have our enchanted sword? Dropped by Y threshold. Okay. Hey, you know, it's not perfect, but we are. I got a little too excited there. My voice just gave out on me. Oh, this is so exciting. We have our music disc. Okay, so we should have 18 different unique items. I'm gonna go pick them all up before any of it just spawns. Well, and the nether star, so 19 different unique items. Oh, and our firework rockets. I hope so. If you're watching, man, that was a big moment. All right. All right. 18, and then the 19th. We do have flight duration 3. We don't have any. We have even down to a lay, spawn egg, and I thought we threw in 2 different music discs. We did. Our sharpness 5, so it held on to that. It even did buckets, decorated pots. Guys, this is so cool. It's actually working. We have items being thrown in the void. We have them being tracked. We have them being taken care of, held in inventory to be retrieved when you kill a boss. That is what we set out to do, and we actually successfully have it working. That was so cool. I don't know if that was nearly as a hype moment for you guys as it was for me. But after 3 days, we have a working plugin that hits and has all the core functionality of tracking, storing, retrieval, and a summon boss. That's pretty huge. That was our main goal. That was the main core thing. And we were even handling all kinds of stuff with enchantments and unique, weird little quirky items and item stack quantities. So I think the last thing I want to do for this stream, I want to fix it so that we don't see dropped by Y threshold. It's all working. One small tweak. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I do want to see if VoidMon help shows up. Okay. Some observations from latest testing. Help is unknown. Subcommand yet. Do get a print out, but it doesn't have the latest text from the config it must have some leftover hard-coded messages from somewhere. Okay, then we have voidmon get threshold. The get threshold command is now tab completing, but says unknown subcommand. Okay. Voidmon set threshold world underscore the underscore end for set threshold. We do not see any world suggestions, and but we do see threshold number suggestions. Let's see if we change it to -10. Upon trying to use the command, we also get a unknown subcommand message. Okay. There was something else, wasn't there? Oh. Items that are spat out from killing boss are all named as dropped by Y threshold. Dropped by dropped by Y threshold. VoidMonster not recognize the subcommand it prints, but it's not registered as a valid subcommand. Yeah, I thought that's a little strange. Void item manager. Okay, let's do that. Source, main, Java, void item manager, dropped by. Why am I getting little dings? But nothing's actually happening. Going crazy. Don't know what these last little dings meant. Not seeing any new chat. Oh. No, maybe this is it. The chat from YouTube? It must be chat from YouTube. Okay. All right. let's figure out this drop by Y threshold. So let's start with that. Yes. Please show me a fully fixed command voidmonster.java. Also, here is my current void item manager.java. Okay, come on. We're almost there. Part 1. Command void. Oh. Okay, in your current line, this is the culprit source type. Is that sign set a double or world name? The string point fits. Source type is missing. Updated lore. Fully updated void item manager? Yes. Okay, and then I want to hold on to all that. Copy this. Okay. Its version of command void monster. Okay. Okay. All right. I think the rest is okay. Here is plugin OML. Here is tab complete till.java. Oops, util. And then the last one is command help. Oh boy. Why is it doing this? Hey, I'm gonna click there, thank you. Lastly, here is command help. Java. It's pretty basic, but there we go. All files look clean and consistent. Here's a fast checklist. Optional consistency. Double check, yes. Here's our config. OML. Okay, hold on. Plug in YMO. Confirm, good. Update. I don't care about that. Go check your config.yml. 2. Okay. 5. Goodness, why does it like to do that? What is happening? Why does it like to keep jumping up like that? So for the final fix, I should check boss manager.java. Okay, just making sure. Hey, come on. Manager. Here is boss manager.java. And here is create item manager Java. All right, we are so close. It's crystal clear now. You've correctly identified the problem. I'll walk you through the fits. Dropped items name drop below was not actually being set as display name at all. Instead of void manager, lures like dropped by ArZor, but in boss manager and job scatter, the lures used as part of the stack group and never reassigns the actual display name in Java. Items dropped without a display name, and Minecraft fills in the external item names like. Okay, however, if you I'll explain the Y threshold output. It's in boss manager. Okay. Let's enhance the scatter void drop method to explicitly extract the lore owner name. Set a proper display name like drop fires or update this block. Where's our scattered void drops? Right here. Please send me an updated file with the message being able to be configured in the config.yml. So also send me an updated config.yml. All changes applied. Okay. Save. Go back to our config. Make sure we have drop name format. Okay. Let's see if that did the trick. Oh, we also need to do a config manager Java update. Yes. Yes, we do need this. Recap, we updated config, we updated boss manager, we also updated config manager. Something seems off. Yeah, hold on. Here is our current config. Sure. See, it loves to do this thing where it just makes the file from scratch again and forgets that you have way more than what it had. Please send me a full updated config manager.java. Okay. And then we can get rid of some of this extra little flavor text. We don't need you. Okay. Let's see if that's enough to do the trick. Hold on. Do we need to update any other files before moving back to in-game testing? Void item manager and VoidMonster. Okay. Here is the current void item manager Java. Please update of. Okay. And then command void monster is also an issue. Okay. It's going to follow the dynamic formatting that we set in the config, so that's good. So we're giving server owners even more control over how and what the plugin looks like. Okay, and then I think we still need to look at. Hold on. Command voidmonster.java. Here. And then the last one will be our plugin. Here's our current command voidmonster.java. Address these issues. We'll make the following updates. Never recharged. Okay. Fully corrected. Okay. Okay, I think we're good to move on to another build. Nice. Another build success. Okay. Maybe we're getting just a slight, tiny bit better at this. I don't know. I don't want to assume anything. All right. So here we go. Oops. Grab you, put you over here. Okay, restart the server. Check that we don't have any errors on startup. Server testing. Game mode creative. Let's delete and trash all those. VoidMon debug list. 0 items. Okay. So far, so good. Let's start throwing some stuff in. Oak logs and some random stairs and some random fences. Some light blue, some carpet, some terracotta. Let's throw in a stack of dirt and some vines and some pointed dripstone and a button, some wax copper. Let's do end crystal, a beacon, and a glow frame. Let's specifically choose skull on fire, and then enchanted melon. Let's do another sword that was enchanted. And I also wanted to try putting something inside a bundle and throwing that into the void. Okay. Slash enchant. And breaking 3. Sharpness 5. Alright. Alrighty. Let's do another little sanity check with our debug list. Okay, we don't see any dirt. So far, so good. Alright. Another summon? Where'd he go? Ah, there you go. Kill E. Type equals wither. Let's hold off if he's near an edge. That could have been bad. Come on, buddy. Back to the center. Okay. There we go. All the items got scattered out. This is a really good sign. Okay. I'm going to throw away my sharpness 5. Let's see if this one was sharpness 5 on breaking 3. Come on. Ah, it still says drop by Y threshold. But also drop by unknown. How funny. Okay, we're getting closer. Okay, let's check. Let's do help. Okay. Okay, there's a little bit of chaos in our help message, but it's something. Get threshold. World underscore the underscore end. Okay. we're actually getting a printout. It's a little annoying that it's not suggesting worlds to us, but okay. VoidMon. Set threshold. Again, no world suggestions. Okay, so world. Okay. Not bad, though. Not bad. Dropped by unknown. Okay. We're making progress here, guys. I think that is a good start, or a good place to stop, though. I think the last thing I wanted to check is that bundle did still maintain its information. So yeah, we are doing really well as far as handling the complexity of items. It's just the names, and that's honestly not that bad. Yeah, it's a little goofy, but the fact that we're getting exactly the skull on fire, exactly the bundle that had the brush in it, and exactly the right enchants, like, this is really, really promising. We're even getting properly an enchanted golden apple. Like, we're holding on to all the data for these items. So we're not having to worry that all of a sudden, randomly, you know, we're kind of guessing the right items. We're not actually getting the right items. So this is some huge progress. We actually have functioning item detection and functioning items being spat out. It's just the little minor tweaks of actually getting the naming correct, and then we can really start going wild with this. Just to remind you guys, I want to read this off to you, just so we know what we're working towards. I'm going to go back to that form that I hope submitted. Okay, let's see if I can find it here. This is kind of a combined response. Sec here. Joel. Here we go. All right, let's make this a little bit bigger for you guys. All right, so here is what we were working on. Make that a little bit bigger. All right, so we got the core functionality. Items thrown in the void get stored by the plugin. They don't actually get defeated. The players must battle a boss. When killing a boss, the items get thrown on the ground. The items will be randomly scattered in a configured radius around when the boss was killed. The items that are spat out will remain the name of the player who threw that out of the void. We have almost entirely the core functionality. I mean, technically we do, other than the rename to the player that threw it into the void. Like, we are so close. Okay. And right now we're just tracking items. Eventually we'll move on to like dying to the void and throwing entities out in the void and things that are spat out of a dispenser. And then we can really start moving to some of the fun twists. Like, you know, what if it's activated TNT, and what if it's a trident or an arrow and it doesn't keep the momentum? Moving on to like the zombies and the minions and all that functionality. And then we're also going to think about like what triggers the summoning of the boss monster. Are we going to do like a ritual like the Wither or the Ender Dragon, or is it like after X amount of items, or is he just spawn after an X amount of time in a random position in the world? Do we tell the players where he is, or do you have to like stumble upon him? There's so much to think about when it comes to actually handling the spawning or the summoning and minions. That's going to be the fun stuff. Like, this is the core kind of meat we had to get to here, but now we can really start having fun with it, and I'm excited to do that tomorrow. So just a reminder, I will be streaming every day this week, and we are going to pick this back up same time tomorrow. Hopefully those alerts will go out as scheduled. So whatever time it is for you now, it's about 8 minutes after the hour. So rewind about 4 hours and 8 minutes. And that is when I will be starting tomorrow. So thank you again for tuning in. Thank you for all the follows. My goodness, we are well on our way to our goal to affiliate. And yeah, I hope you guys had a good time. I certainly did. I am so excited that we actually have the meats of the plugin working, and I can't wait to kind of just button it up and then really start running wild with it. So I hope to see you all back here again tomorrow. With that, take care.